Stanley's Parable. Ultra Stanley. All right, I've never played this game before. You guys have been telling me to play this game. I'm excited. I'm excited. Risk of Rocks. Yeah, we were only going to do one game, and then I was going to try this out. Give me a second. All right. English, please. Stanley's Parable. No. I've never played. This is fine. Please enter the current time. We'll wait until it... Wait, what the fuck? We'll wait until it's 4:23 on the dot so we can be exact and specific. Stanley's Parable put you to sleep? We'll try it out, dude. We'll try it out. All right. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. And boom. I know nothing about this game. I'm excited though. Did I skip stuff? Did I just skip the intro? There's supposed to be an intro video? What happens? If I hit begin the... Don't skip intro? You know what? Fine. I won't skip the intro.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee
Is this Severance?
did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
This is literally Severance.
Something that would forever
Minus the memory
change
thing.
Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had
I
this
played 12
happened.
minutes.
This complete isolation.
You mean Incest
Something
Simulator?
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
tell me what to do. Alright, fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Guys.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Guys.
Stanley went around
Please.
touching every little thing in the
Oh.
office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Fuck off, dude. Maggie, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Rox. Now I can make jokes about how Rox is a tier 3 sub to me. Fuck. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Fuck. Where did everybody go?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
This is good.
Yes, really, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Guys, am I gonna... Alright, okay. I just don't want to be told what to do.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
You know what? He's kind of got a point. She has been waiting.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Chat, am I playing this right? Am I playing this right?
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Yes,
Music comes
hell
in,
yeah.
fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
What?
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay. All right.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
All right.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
Wait, we're already halfway?
We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Are we already halfway? No way.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. I don't know if I'm just being a shithead or if I'm playing the game incorrectly.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I'm destroying everything. I'm destroying everything. Okay, so I have to do this. I go here. There's no wrong way to play this game. All right, bet.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
What?
I have to.
Nuh-uh. Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's follow correctly this time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Check art. Whoa. That's really fucking good. What the heck? That's amazing. That's so good. All right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was
Night
this the
Shark
code to open the
115.
door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Shark bait, not 195.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark.
Oh, Night Shark 115.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
Oh, Bubba.
So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait.
Why is he so,
You need
so
time
sad?
to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. So if I follow everything correctly...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Wait, that computer was on. The computer was on for a second. If I follow it correctly...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Input received. Okay. Interesting. Who's going on the beach trip? Interesting. Interesting. What happens if I follow everything correctly?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Will be the same one, right?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I'll be the judge of that.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I will be the judge of that.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Fuck you, dude.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I'd be so rude about it.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Maybe.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
We've been here before.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
We've been here before.
Repeating. No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Closing eyes, closing eyes.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Nope, still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, okay.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Wow. Okay. In the office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's do everything correct this time. Interesting. I wonder what happens when we do all that input stuff.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How many loops have you done? What, chat? Like 3, 4?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
During our first one, we broke the,
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
The first one, the first ending we got, he literally destroyed the game. So... he's having a tough time with me playing. Then we just went downstairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Executive bathroom. All right. I've got the feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. All right. Interesting. Ooh. An elevator. Great. Great.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. All right.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he...
It's about to be a happy half hour. You guys are crazy. Let me down. I'm really enjoying this, by the way. I'm really enjoying this, by the way. BT Dobbs. $390. $570. 210. 210. 390. 570. All right. Chat for the next 30 minutes. Happy half hour. We'll be commencing. Every sub will add 1.5 times more time than it normally does to the timer.
feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question
You want to
would
add
not
time
go
to the
unanswered.
timer? Now's the time to do so. Earlier today, we went from 2 hours to 24 hours during Happy Half Hour, so that was cool. We got any new goals? We get a new emote at 3,800, so that's pretty cool. As for like actual goals, I don't know.
Answered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I'm fucking escaping. Fuck this. I'm escaping.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. Welcoming it with open arms. With my arms wide open.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Woo!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
Gary, thanks for the gifted
death
sub.
becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh, wow. Had to make it 250. Ooh. Heaven is pretty lit.
Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley walked over the bridge. And finally, he pushed the number 9. Stanley stood on the...
What's up, Britzy? Wonder what goes to. There's so many different like replayability things. Wow. There's the exit over there. What's over here? Haven't been to that room yet, I don't think. There's our office. There's our office, chat. Gemini, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Mmm. Hmm. Interesting. We are learning so much. Haven't been there yet.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't.
This is the story of a...
Fuck. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
All right.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's that input one? Where's the input one?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're gonna pay attention.
Yet there was not a single person.
We're gonna do
here
everything
either.
correctly this time.
Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I keep
Stanley
saying,
decided to go
fucking
up to
damn it.
his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let me in, you dick.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Anything in the bathroom? Money in the morning. Money in the evening. Money for breakfast. Money crisp. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you, whoever you are. but I know exactly who you are. Thank you. Deadly! Ooh, input. Yeah!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright, let's go to the mind control room this time.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Some X-Men like Professor Xavier type shit.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
This is Severance. This is Severance.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It's such a good series.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
How's it going, Haley? All right. I know there's a power button over there. I just wanted to look at everything before I hit it. Damn. Big red button and I can't push it. The torture. Alright. Alright. Alright, game. We'll go to facility power. Oh, 5.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
No.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Oh,
it's
God.
your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about
fuck.
me. Where
Oh,
we're
God.
going. What all
Oh,
this
shit.
means,
Oh,
I
shoot.
barely know where to start.
Oh, heck.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Please.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
I'm enjoying this so much. You know
Push.
what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These
Okay.
are precious additional
All right, okay.
seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yes,
Or
that's
did
exactly
you
it.
just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're
Oh,
only
fuck.
still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Damn. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get out of here. Damn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
One more
No matter
away.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I don't understand that ending.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Yes,
doors,
yes.
he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling
it's
a wave
like-
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping
Maybe
he
it's
might
hidden
find an answer
somewhere.
there.
Maybe it's just hidden somewhere. I'm reading. Who moved my desk? Jim Madge. All right, let's
Coming
hit.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's hit no this time and see what happens. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to pick just one. Love it. What happens when we go down? Okay, I think that's just literally just there to fuck with me.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
All right.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Let's see what happens when we do it all correctly, like we're supposed to.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
We've gotten different ending every single time, which I like.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Fourth time? That's because new exciting options always show up.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Hold on. New content's so good. I'm excited.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
And so I will. Yes, I'll wake up in my office.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
We did it.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Aww. Damn. Give me a sec. So, okay, so we got the freedom one. I think we'll get the input thing this time. You guys say we haven't gotten any new content, so that's good. Jump out the window? No, no spoilers. No spoilers. New content pops up after 3 endings. I think we just got the 3rd ending. Hold on, I have to read this. All right.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of
Fuck you,
witnessing
narrator!
true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Fuck you. Where's door? Where is it? Where is it? Also, hold on. I need to change the timer back. I need to change the timer back, but I will. I will. Uh, 360. 120, 240, 360. All right. Or 17. So what? That's at the beginning, right? Fuck. No, we're getting to it. Where's his input computer?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I'm getting this achievement. I don't even care. I don't care. Where is it? The fuck is it?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
New content?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where is it?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Fuck everyone. Where's 416? 416 is down there, huh? Oh.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Bye. Chad, thank you for a great happy hour. Half hour.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and
Lucifer,
commercial
thank you for the
success,
28
it was
months.
expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling
And so,
new
Stanley
Ultra
resub
Deluxe
for
content.
28th month. Click clacking on the keyboard in the Twitch chat.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, Stanley. Wow.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Very good.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
There's got to be
this
more.
This is what happens
There's
when
gotta be
greedy
more.
video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say?
There's an achievement for not playing the game for 10 years. Hey, evil chicken, proving that you're not, you know, that username. It's not that right, dude. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. This is new. Your username's wrong, dude. Wholesome chicken.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
We're venting.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone.
Wow.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting the tier 1 to evil chicken.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Remember back in October of 2013
Wow.
when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Poggers. Remember, chat? I remember. Damn it!
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hey, we got Person of the Year.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I get over here. Scary game? No.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh God. I'm afraid, chat.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Please,
I'm
let me
trying to make
out.
a serious work of art. I
Let me
suppose I
out.
could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm
a
preachy.
little
Honestly,
bit.
you can. Oh, goodness.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about our...
Narrator.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their... The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Oh shit. Oh god. Narrator. Oh. Oh. This is nice. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Narrator. Skip. Narrator. Narrator. The end is never the end. God fucking damn it. Do I have to hit all these fucking buttons? What do I do? What the fuck do I do? It never ends.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is that new content literally the only thing? It's literally just that, like, the review thing.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story.
Ooh,
in any
new
way.
content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
All right. New
You
content.
see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a
Poggers,
fully fledged
dude.
sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Wow.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right. We got some merch. You guys want anything? You guys want anything? Stripy shirt? Got you. Let's try out the button. New button. Also, I need to feed my cats real quick. Pause. Righty then. All right. All right. Do you a quick gamba? Ow. Okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
All right, my name is Jim.
I want you to imagine... Jim! Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? Jim. See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Don't you dare.
Jim.
Fuck. Fine. What kind of name is Jim anyways?
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate... An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Free achievement. Loggers. Free new easy achievement.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel, to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
You're lied to. You're lied to. Bewitched, but he hears us.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Infinite hole, huh?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for... You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't
Why
say
don't
shit.
we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
Yeah.
Normal would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It
I couldn't
did.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
Yeah,
I mean,
felt shorter.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
What happens if I wait a little bit? Nothing.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button
It's not working.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
You
I
need
hope
me.
you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
You need me. Hello? Narrator. Narrator. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're really doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
Stanley? Stanley!
I'm busy.
Stanley!
Huh?
Oh,
What's
good,
up?
you're awake.
Oh.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there,
Fuck.
drifting away to dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Send us
From
back.
the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Hey, that's what the dude in Red Dead says. Doodle pip. Yeah. Doodle pip. That's
Here
great.
we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
You saw that.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Hmm.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
No. Happy 12th birthday, step niece. Stupid.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with...
Yeah.
No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
There
See,
she
Stanley,
is.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it?
Yes.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Let's see, we did the button. We did the hole, we did that. Collectibles. We didn't do this one upstairs.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable.
Woo! We got one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
We don't need a reward. Just bucket.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Mm-hmm.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
True.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
They're funny.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Hell yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
Look
big
at the balloons.
building where he was employee
Look at the
number
balloons.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Now. The question is, which one do we clear?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
Into
the
the
employee lounge was simply
unknown.
the place to be.
Into the unknown.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yes.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket was right.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Fuck you. In Bucket we trust.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yo, what's
Good,
X?
said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I must follow the bucket. I will follow the bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
No.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just
Where's the
in
bucket?
his head.
Where's the bucket? There it is.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
It's not just a
Why
bucket.
do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings.
Oh
The
God.
bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's
Oh
wrong
my
with me? I
God.
don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket.
Did you
this
do
would be
all
less
this for
confusing.
me?
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No.
Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Cat, did we fuck the bucket? Bucket?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Bucket? What the fuck did you do to him, narrator? Oh.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
My God.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them.
Hoggers!
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So,
Was there,
I implore you to savor
was there a
each and
different
every
option we
moment
could
you
get?
come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Was there a second option we could get for going across there? I don't remember what happens once we go through the forklift. If there's like, I think there's a couple options. We're going this way though, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I unplugged the. Oh, that's right, the phone call. We unplugged the phone in the first one and we broke the game. That was like the very first one that we did. Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time
They're talking
I
about our
pick it up.
fucking bucket.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
God, I love that fucking bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Bucket.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I know you can like jump off.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
You can jump off the catwalk.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Did we do all the new content?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Not even
No,
close.
Said the bucket.
Don't
Didn't
go
think
to
so.
the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yes. Go there.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Rough. Bucket.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Oh, fuck.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he
Right.
threw himself to his death, that
Okay.
they might die in one another's arms.
My bad.
How deeply touching.
We barely missed it. I got impatient. Bucket.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm sorry, Bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
All right.
Please, step in here for a moment.
It's a
Now
good thing I
then,
can't
I'm
read.
going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
Time to play
This
everybody's
should tell us
favorite
everything we'll ever need to
game.
know
Is
about what
this
is
a
or is
bucket?
not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fuck.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket.
It's still a
not
bucket.
An actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Fuck, I thought I really had that one.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
How is that a bucket? What the fuck? How is that a bucket?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Dude, fuck this game.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Oh my god.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship
Don't you dare
apart.
fucking take it.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Don't you dare fucking take my
Here
bucket.
we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is
Wow,
wonderful.
Rocks.
We're not
Wow.
buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything. We'll put back all of the buckets.
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But
Sounds
if you
good.
run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Okay.
Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
All right. Let's do that same path again, but this time no bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
up,
by the
Valiant?
employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
You took the bucket
I'm not
away
sure
from me.
if
I don't
we
want to
really
fucking
are
hear
or
it.
not.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that
There's
the
a no
story has
buckets
been
behind
about nothing
that
but
sign,
you
chat.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Kind of.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Two seconds? How the fuck?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
All right.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Oh, fuck.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see.
What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do
Is
you
this
think this game
Firewatch?
is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
game
for
was
some
great,
sort
by
of
the way.
Twisted erotic purpose.
I love this. I loved this game.
Yes,
Firewatch was
that
such a
must
great
be.
game.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
All right. This game's hilarious. I'm so happy we played it.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God,
Poggers.
quickly block it off.
No, 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 no.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful.
Hell
See, this is exactly what I
yeah.
had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any
Yeah,
possibility
Rocket
that you
League.
could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are
Centering.
you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a... Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh fuck. This game is insane. I love it. Uh
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
End is never, the end is never, the end is never. I want to do it again, but go through the red door.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The end is never, the end is never, the end is never. Stay safe,
Stanley
Bucket.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really?
I'm also interested to see.
Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced?
I want to know what happens when we answer the phone in the first one.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm.
I want to answer the phone in the
side.
next time.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully. This is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really
I think I
have
unplugged
wanted you
it
to
with.
be happy all
No, I
this
answered it with the
time?
bucket.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get
That's
somewhere
true.
that isn't here.
Maybe we'll do that next.
Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm going.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here.
I'm sprinting.
Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think.
No!
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
You put me in this hell.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Okay, this is sad.
Can you do that for me?
This is sad.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
Oh, God.
You'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
You
were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
You're forcing me to do this.
Correctly?
You're forcing me to do this.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
How many times do we have to do this?
But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Rough.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
All right, so we're going to unplug the phone with a bucket, and then we're going to answer the phone by ourselves.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question
I
why
wonder
or
if something
how
would
this
have
bucket
happened
was
if we
speaking to
stayed
him. It should
inside
have
of
alarmed
the
him, of course, because buckets can't
happy
talk.
place for a
But
while.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Bucket is all
Were
I
you trying
need.
to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
Bucket's all I
Obviously,
need.
the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh, okay.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny,
I'm Dunny
with the funny."
with the funny.
Now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good.
Thank you.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh. So funny.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
I still want to answer the phone.
Say how ridiculous. How
I still want to answer the phone without the bucket.
Hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
This game has been so funny. Alright. I sack back and crack when I'm done with the funny.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm
When
ready.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant
Aw,
to.
chat, we ruined
and
his
it's all
joke.
my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors.
Oh, God.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of
Chat,
Comedy. I'm
look
nothing.
what we did!
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional
Oh, I
video
feel
again.
bad.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
I feel bad.
Here we go. You
Okay.
ready?
Okay, cool.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right, we'll go to the left this time.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Everything I
Did
do
not
makes you
even look at the
unhappy.
instructional video. I think
my
this
God.
is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Fuck you, narrator.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you...
Broom closet.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame.
We've got so many other options to do.
What a bucket you are. No? Do not. Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale. What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
I'm glad we took him out of heaven.
Instructional videos. That's exactly
Even though that ending was so
That's what will
sad.
make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All right. No bucket. Answer the phone. Oh, the bucket's even closer now. She calls to us. Hello. I love you so. Wait, aren't even... Oh. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire.
I want to answer the phone with no bucket.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
She's been waiting for us, chat. She's been waiting.
That's her, Stanley.
Hello? McLovin? Is that...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
You dick.
Oh,
You dick.
come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Oh,
Who'd
God.
want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
You know what, dude?
I'm trying
I'm
to get
glad
you to
we
see
dragged you out of
something.
out of
Come
heaven.
inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I'm glad we dragged him out of fucking heaven. I'm glad he didn't get that.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, wife.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic discoveries
Into the
of new
unknown.
lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder
the
that none of it would ever happen to
unknown.
him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Boys' Day!
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
You guys hear the one about the bucket? The temptations.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Game's got some dark undertones. But it's so good. I'm loving it. Interesting. Interesting? It's back to the way that it was now.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't remember which ones we've done here with the bucket. There will be a reward for finding them all. Just the completionist instinct. I will. Hey, bucket.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
This
the
is
broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
I
That's
don't know.
what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Yeah, you're...
I know how hard it must be,
Yeah,
given
you're
the
right.
pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This
Yeah.
is your companion and
You know what? He's
lifelong
right.
friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
You can't have it.
Expand on the wide
You can't
variety
have
of
our bucket.
experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't think we've done any of this door with the bucket yet.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley
We're
figurines.
so close.
And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
We're getting them all. Missed some stickers there. Bummer. We'll do it again.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them
He's
were
safe, David.
inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2, 8, 4, 5, 5.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
There's a couple different ways that we could go with this.
You're getting close
We're
now,
one
Stanley.
away.
You've nearly
We're
gotten
one
all
away.
of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll
I'm
be
stoked.
different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
There's like 4 or 6 different endings we can do with the bucket now. More than 6? Narrator will get confused.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut.
Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
We're just like, fuck it.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
In my bucket. Bucket. Ooh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh, God.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's true
Chad.
that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Chat, I got something to cheer you up. I know we just killed the bucket, but I've got pizza. Okay? So if you guys want some pizza, I need you to say pizza or pizza time or something. Something pizza related.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Hi, Rainbow. The first inscriptions of buckets.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
I love this game.
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
True. So we shall. It's so good. I've been laughing
There is
nonstop.
something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Okay.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's
For the
buckets from their
bucket.
treatment as tools and
For the
implements
bucket.
if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
for the bucket. Honestly, a weird time for you to come in, Rainbow, for me to be like, this game is so funny, and then have that scene happen. So, Lazy Turtle, thank you for the 3 months.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Oh,
could it mean?
our boxes
Stanley
came.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Our boxes came, chat. Yoink.
A good bucket. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Okay, so we can go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We can go either way. We still have options. Let's do the left one though first, yeah? We got one more to find. I want to get stickers.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
I'm gonna get stickers
the broom
here.
closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you?
I wish
the
I could
aura
skip
of
this dialogue.
jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are
I'm
not
actually eating
truly
pizza.
deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point
Oh no, we
by
didn't
point.
do computer
Share
input
your
with
journal
bucket.
entries detailing the rich emotional landscape
good
of your
one.
feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
That's another one we have to do.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Yeah.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Anything else?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
We got stickers. Buckets never look so good. All right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning. Money in the evening. Money in the
Stepping
boom.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
Money
stunned
in the
to discover
evening.
not an indication of any human life.
Money in the
Crushed by the
morning.
weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed
Money
the
in
correct
the
code by
morning.
sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Money in the morning. All right. Maybe we're there. Having the time of my life.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well, I see what you mean by the elevator one. Yeah, that's true. I can go back up. Huh.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Dude, I love the bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
This is the first
he
time
could
in the room
trust
with the
no
bucket.
one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh, yeah.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it.
We did it.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Goals.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
No. No.
What? Wait, what was happening?
No.
Why had the door stopped?
No.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Oh, come on.
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed
God.
the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Damn. Alright. So we did that ending without the bucket. I'm very interested about the bucket with the input. That was a good point that someone
All
said.
of his co-workers were gone.
Wait, the boxes
What could
are
it
gone.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, I can't even go back to my office with the bucket. I can't. There's no way to go do the input thing with the bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley
Yeah, we're gonna
clutched
try
the
yes with the bucket
tightly
now.
to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm just happy I have stickers. There's a way, but the having ending doesn't change with the bucket. Excited to go
Coming to a
downstairs
staircase,
next.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Want to leave the narrator behind? I like the narrator. Narrator's funny.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Triangle right, then left without the bucket. That's true. We haven't done that one either. We haven't done that one. You can go back up too, huh?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time, you know?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I gotta be honest. I wasn't expecting to play this game for this long, but I'm pleasantly
And
surprised.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Title
Was
man,
the bucket
narrator.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in
Did you not
someone
get in this
else's
elevator?
control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter.
I'm sure you could do a lot of
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Hell yeah.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Hell yeah.
Then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
You know what? I'm happy too. Wow. What a life. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so we can still go downstairs.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
16 hours and 40 minutes round up where I live. We've had quite the day.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, it literally went from 2 hours to 24.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Good path. So, okay, so we still have to go downstairs with bucket. And we have to do this one with the bucket. And then I don't really
know.
Oh,
no, it's to the right. My mistake.
I don't really know. We still have to do this.
No.
I don't really know which one's besides downstairs and this one.
I never said it was to the right. What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Closing eyes.
Okay. We just have to get back to, Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Is this a whole new one?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
There's... I was like doing the math in my head. I'm like, all right, I got to do this ending, and then we got to do this ending, and now there's... All right. Oh my god.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Fuck.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Reminds you of a certain streamer, Subathon.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Woo!
Congratulations!
Chaz, we did it!
You put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
I've been playing this game for
Some people win
hours.
fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Ooh.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Dude, I don't want to have to redo this one all the way. Is it different with the bucket?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Different with the
Or
bucket?
put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Yeah, I saw the mask from Payday.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Studying it. Studying it. We played today. We've only played this today. Or this stream, I should
Wait,
say.
what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Okay.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah, okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think.
Hey,
here.
Lazy Turtle,
Just
thank you
walk
for
in
the
circles for a minute.
gifting a tier 1.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Thank God there's not a decision.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
How many times have we done it already?
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I
Just
suppose
restart
in
the
some
game,
way
dude.
that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime,
Yeah, now
if you...
now I do it with the bucket. Oh Jesus.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right. So this should be me attempting to play it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
How long do I go for until it tells me not to?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
So you can defuse the bomb in the first one? I mean, I'm confused. Is this still the confusion ending? No? This isn't? I'm back in the regular game now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, we still gotta go downstairs with the bucket. We gotta do this with the bucket.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you,
Oh God, we're
Stanley.
having an intervention.
We've come together here because we care about you very much.
We're having an intervention.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Not giving up the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
I'm not going to get rid of the
bucket.
bucket.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
My bucket.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Good riddance, honestly. All right. What window?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
First room. All right, we know that for next time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Hey.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
It's been so long since we've done this ending.
Why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh my God.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
Oh God.
Surely no good would come from this.
Bucket?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the runes were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley.
Oh God.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Aww.
It was incredibly painful.
Oh.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Oh, no.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd
No
gone
bucket?
mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined
maidens?
and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Damn. Damn. How? The trolley problem. It's a fun game. It's about 1.5 hours long. I can look into it.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would
All right,
love
we'll do it
nothing
next
more
time.
than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
All right, let's go visit where we found all those figurines, chat. Remember?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6, huh? 7 out of 6, huh?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
This one.
No. The boss's bathroom
Fuck.
was the 4th place you found a Figanli, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the boss's bathroom feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we didn't.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh boy. Oh god. Old YouTube days.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I
It
spent
really
a lot of
does.
time making that video,
It
but
really
it was
does.
8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine. Right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines.
Yeah, we
which
did the
it
infinite
was
hole.
exactly like.
That one was great. The infinite hole one was fantastic.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yay.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh, God.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Or could grab that one. I suppose not.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, oh yes, the two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Classic.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
How do? Okay, how? How do I get up?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Oh.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as...
Now with the bucket.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they... It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans,
Oh my
and the
God.
bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in
I don't know what
parcels
else
like
there is
charity,
after this.
and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
Down the stairs
No,
with a
Said
bucket?
the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Oh my
Otherwise,
God.
we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Damn. 07. The bosses.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Fully restarting the game.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Reboot the
Perhaps
game
his
entirely.
boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So, I see this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket?
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
When it
left.
says restart the game entirely, does that mean like quit out of Steam and everything?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Just quit the
boss's
desktop.
office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
Fuck. Whatever. Is that like a
Just
big
step
one?
through this
Is that like a big one or is that just
door,
a
Stanley
small
thought
one?
to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all... Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Where are we going? Just me and the bucket. Escaping. There she is. The exit. Shh. Don't talk. We're gonna be okay now. We not. Oh, why aren't we going in with the bucket? This doesn't make any sense. Godspeed, bucket. What happens when you go in there? Same thing? Quitting the game, quitting the game, quitting the game. All right. Opening the game, opening the game. It is currently about to be 8:43. Waiting. 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 A lot of people don't take this step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. And that's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been cooperating, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead. Pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the game now. What's up, Gum Lord?
This is the story of a...
So there's new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New stuff and things, huh? New stuff and things.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Is it just like the same stuff? Oh man. Is it just the same endings? Oh yeah, up and down the elevator, huh? Easy. All right, I think I'm all parabled out. That's a really fun fucking game though. How long did we play this for? We played this for a very long time. Very long time. For a very long time. Alright, let's get back on the server, see what's going on. I'm still listening to Euro pop music from our fashion show. Alright. Fun game. Super fun game. Thanks for chilling, guys. Use the restroom real quick. We're gonna get back into GTA. Woo! Why is Roland in there? I think we did crime with Roland last time, so that's why he was in a bulletproof vest. All right. Sis Folker wants his license back. I need to respond to that radio dude. Call ASAP, 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 ASAP. This was 5 minutes ago. It's like she knows. This is the dude we went fishing with. This isn't the radio guy. I don't remember the radio guy's name. Mostly lost. Thank you for the 26 months. I don't like that Bryce has to be the only person communicating with these people. Okay, we need to talk about that. I don't remember. The dude's name. You guys remember that? Yeah, he was a call, not a text. What was his name, though? We should update this girl, though. Update. Getting feelers. Or would want to be a pilot. For you guys, do you know when, what time, how many pilots you'd like? So we'll do that. Commercial dude. So, dude, I talked with my people, and we want a pretty half and half commercial, serious but funny, full creative control, with just mentioning what we do as a company. Heli lessons. Fixed wing lessons, skydiving, base jumping, tours, private events, renting out ad space on our blimp, all sorts of aerial activities. That makes it sound like Mile High Club kind of thing. Let me know. Oh yeah, air shows. Air shows. Let me know if this helps or if you need more. All right. Is there anything else responsibility-wise that I need? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yo.
Hi, Scruffy got shot. We're at the hospital.
Good morning. Why did Scruffy get shot?
Burger Court.
You got shot in Burger Court.
Yeah. So did Shelley. So did Jeffrey Price.
Was it HOA?
Yeah, it was. Can you believe it?
Oh my god. All right, on my way.
Okay, we don't have a car, so. It was like a
Oh,
four-door.
my car is
You
like
must
fucked.
pick us up in.
Why
is everyone's car fucked?
I can get it fixed real quick and then I can pick you up.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, I'll see you soon then. I'm gonna get it fixed.
Okay, bye.
I was like, why is it so quiet? I remember I turned down my volume for the parable. Oh god. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm not good. I resorted to my very last option, which was beg Bundy to take me under his wing to keep me safe. So, kind of in hiding again.
Okay, so you felt that that was your last option. Did you do it?
Yeah, I'm with him right now, but I didn't tell him much.
Okay, so I'm confused. So he's protecting you right now, or?
Yeah. Yeah. Just basically ride along.
Sorry, did you say Bundy or Dundee?
Bundy,
Okay,
not Dundee.
all right,
Jesus
all right.
Christ.
Okay, I'm.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay. Oh God, my heart. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you're with Bundy.
Yeah, I'm gonna decorate his house too, which means I can stay there for a couple of days as well.
That's good. That's good.
Michael Simone may have sprayed his house, so.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Maybe don't clean that.
No, I wouldn't.
You sound good.
I'm
All
not.
things considered.
I'm not.
You need anything?
If you can get me a gun, that'd be great.
What kind of gun?
Like, good, high-powered, gun, preferably illegal.
Well, I mean, it would be regardless, but
Yeah, an illegal weapon.
Yeah,
At this point.
I'll tell you what.
Just
I can
not a class 2 because I don't want it hanging off my back.
I can get you one, and I'll put it in like a dumpster or something, and you can grab it. Unless you.
Yeah, if you could just,
aren't
if
gonna,
you
like,
do
run
manage to
away this
get
time.
one.
Mhm.
What do you mean?
The heli incident.
I didn't want to be found.
Yeah, I got that loud and clear. I left you alone immediately.
That's why I wasn't at my usual spots.
I went to the you and Colin spot up first. Circled around a couple other ones. Found you all circling around.
I didn't want to be found.
All right. Well, loud and clear. I'm offering dropping it off in a dumpster or whatever. I do want to talk to you about all this at some point, but I'm sure you've got enough on your plate at the moment.
There really isn't much to talk about besides the fact that situation right now is something was taken out of context, and the one of the members. You know how like behind every very powerful man is someone much more dangerous, much more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Barry is that, and pretty sure he's gonna try and kill me. So if he's doing this because of Pez, which he clearly is, then he's not taking into account Colin. He's not taking into account Colin.
Seems like what you're saying, a lot of mixed information, a lot of shoot first, ask questions later type of deal thing.
I mean, he's never going to believe me with anything that I say.
How would he? How would he believe you? Like, what would make him believe you?
Nothing. Nothing.
Can't think of anything?
No. Unless Dante magically turns around and says, yeah, I don't have an issue with Cleo anymore. She's fine. I lied. This and that, but at the same time, it's like people will do what they want to do. I gotta go, but if you do manage to get it, can you hold on to it? Like, put it in the house, and then as soon as I'm able to, I'll come and grab it from you.
Yeah, that's fine. And I do want to talk still.
Yeah, I'd be
I
happy
know
to talk.
I know you're saying there's nothing to talk about, but I disagree.
I'd be happy to talk, but do you mind if I
Yeah, I mean,
mind if I have Pez with me?
I think this is a conversation that you and I should have on our own. I mean, Pez can come, but I'd rather it just be like you and I talking.
Is it going to be the same questions that you've asked me before, in which you know for a fact that I can't answer them, guys?
No.
Okay. Because I really don't want to go in circles, and you of all people know that I'm exhausted right now. I really just don't want to have an argument again. Like, yeah, at some point I was holding on by a thread, but that thread is gone. Like, I'm just falling at this point. And eventually I'm gonna hit the ground. And hopefully there's a safety net. I doubt it.
Oh. Let's not try and be too negative, you know. I know things are looking bad.
No, I'm being realistic. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm being realistic.
Right.
I know what's going to happen.
I would like to talk to you because if I don't talk to you and something happens, I'm going to feel guilty.
Okay, that's fine. You gonna be around for a while?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cool, you.
What's up, dude?
What up, boss man? How we doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good. Hal, repair.
What? I gotta go, man.
Hal, repair.
Al, repair, you're fired.
I was busy right now. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
Wait, is it that time of night for you, Hal?
It's getting there.
Okay.
I got a few more left in me.
Everyone say happy birthday, Hal.
No.
Happy birthday, Al.
Wait, Hal, it's your birthday?
No. Well, it was yesterday, but I celebrated.
So how old are you?
On
How
Friday.
old are you?
37.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no, don't.
He's not that far behind me. Okay, I'm gonna need you to dial it back.
How old
a
are
little
you?
bit. I'm 41.
Okay, but you have like the hot.
Are you looking for showroom on this, Bryce, or?
No, just the other one.
Hell yeah.
Performance parts?
You know what? I like it. You're a good guy.
How's just like a dad?
How's a terrorist?
Excuse me?
You're more
Oh,
like a,
we good?
He said, how's the terrorist?
Hell
No,
yeah.
I'm not. I've never been convicted of terrorism.
Hell
I don't know
yeah.
why people keep saying that. What's the state ID,
Like
Bryce?
the greasy chips.
1109.
He need like wipes his hands off on his cargo shorts.
What?
That's good. All right, I gotta go. Bye.
My name's Jerry.
Hi, Jerry.
Jerry, you want to help me with this?
One second, I'm talking to Larry about how it changed.
Huh?
Larry, you got a face tat and you like hella different. What did I even say? Oh, it says Scruffy? Okay. Where you at, bro?
I'm getting my car fixed right now, and then I'll come pick you guys up.
Okay, I'll see you soon.
How you feeling?
Not good.
Yeah. See you soon, dude.
Okay, alright.
You knock $1,000 off, and I'll tell you.
Damn, no one's awake. Yeah, just don't give him an answer yet, or just say like we're looking into it.
That's what I told him. I said I needed to do some research.
Can I talk to you over here for a sec, Hal?
Sure.
Did you say how? You talking shit?
What the hell are you talking about, man?
I don't know. I thought I heard you talking shit. What's
No.
up, Bryce?
What's up, dude?
Talking shit about Bryce?
No,
I
we're
heard you
talking
mutter
business.
something under your breath.
What? Under my breath?
Under your breath. Because you could get killed for saying shit under your breath, too. You know that, right?
I say everything over my breath.
No, that means you're just talking. You can't say it over your breath.
Everything I say is over my breath.
Right.
I don't even know how to talk
Bryce.
under my breath.
I don't know what kind of business dealings you about to engage with this man right here. But you need to be real careful. All right?
Why
All
are you
right,
on
dude.
one?
Hey,
Real careful.
I appreciate you looking out for me, brother. I do.
Watching you, Hal.
Yeah, okay, you go ahead and watch.
Al Qaeda looking ass motherfucker.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What have I done to deserve such treatment?
Right. This be Hal.
That's me, just Hal.
All right, Hal.
All right.
You better have a good ass day.
I'll
Bryce,
try.
If you have any troubles whatsoever, you know what to do. Call 911 and
All
say
right, dude.
Hal, and I'll show up.
I appreciate that, Carter. Thank you.
There's no reason to show up ever.
Right, Hal. Right. You better have a good ass day.
Better walk away.
What? What's
Hal,
up? You
please.
got something you want to say?
Huh?
like I said, you can get killed for saying shit under your breath.
I've never said anything under my breath in my life. I
Yeah,
told you.
you
Everything I
said,
say is
"Better
over
walk
my
away."
breath. I
You
didn't
said,
say
"Better
that.
walk away."
Wasn't
You
me.
did just say that.
I
He's
think you're hearing
reaching.
things.
Oh, got
my
his ass.
Ow! Ow! Oh! Ow!
My state ID is 1109.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. You okay? Sorry, I figured if I kicked your ass, you'd go away. You all right?
Keep walking, Carter.
Oh, damn. Hey, Hal.
Yeah.
Hey, Hal, you want to commit some bioterrorism?
But bioterrorism?
Yeah. Oil fields and whatnot. Environmental terrorism.
Oh, environmental. Maybe.
Okay.
You see that one over in Mirror Park, man?
Yeah, I was there with you.
I'm not repairing your car now. You can
Please, Sister Riley, please, thank you. Because are so clearly.
You okay, Hal? You need me to help you up?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. There we go, Brady. Come over here, Hal. Come here. First of all, sorry. Got a text saying I got 25K if I punched you.
Don't worry.
Second of all, I don't know. Do you or anyone have a gun I could buy off of you? A
What?
class 1?
What? Why?
For safety for someone.
Can I ask who?
No.
So I have to just give you a gun.
You know what? Never mind. This is a stupid idea asking you. Thanks, Hal. Happy birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday tomorrow, Hal.
Friday.
Andy, Bryce hasn't talked to Andy in months. That would be like the shittiest. Hey, how's it going? How are you? That's good. I need a gun. Scruffy.
What's up?
You guys need a ride?
Yeah.
There's a lot of chaos going
Bob,
on.
you
One
think
of
Shelly and Jeff's alright?
Do I think that?
Wayne hasn't been awake in a very long time. We tried Chody too. That's the problem. It's like we have people that could give us stuff, but it's like we don't know how many people. I mean, Scruffy might. Barbara might.
Hello, guys.
Yo, Brody, how's it going, bro?
Not too bad, not too bad. What's up? What can I help you with?
I have a question for you.
Of course,
Would you
Go ahead,
happen
answer.
to have an extra, like, class 1 pistol I could buy off of you?
Damn, that's like the one thing I don't have. I'm down bad right now when it comes to that type of shit.
Hey, all good.
I'll be
bro.
real.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
I
ask.
mean, I can
anyone
get you
that-
plugged up with some people potentially once they're done being busy. You know, I can hear on particular radio frequency some activity right now. So
Hey, no worries,
once
dude.
that
I've got a
activity dies
list.
down, I'll find out. Okay,
I've
yeah.
got a list of
Hit your
people.
people
I
up.
appreciate that, dude.
Hit your people up. I'll text you though here in a few and double check on you.
Thanks, Brody. I appreciate it. You have a good one.
Not a problem. Peace, dude.
Hey, Scruff.
Yeah.
How you
Where's
doing,
Aurora?
brother?
Alright,
She's
I
probably
don't know
running
where
around.
Aurora is.
I think she ran down down lower
Probably ran
pillbox.
after the dog.
We can go circle around and find her.
All right, you guys be safe.
You too, bro. You got shot by some HOA people?
Yeah.
It's fucked. You alright?
No.
You don't sound alright.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing well.
You want to talk about it?
No.
Okay. Well, if you do want to talk about it, I'm open. I'm all ears, bro. I'm the OOC of all ears. The official open communicator. Sorry, got shot, dude. God, I want to ask Scruffy. I want to ask Scruffy so bad. So, Scruffy. You got a gun?
Yeah.
I think she ran down here.
For what?
You calling her?
Ah, fuck. Yeah, she's getting arrested by Bloom.
Why is she getting arrested by Bloom?
Because Bloom was trying to arrest a dog, and she was trying to stop him.
Well, where is she?
I don't know. Should I call Bloom and just be like, please?
Yeah.
You're arresting my assistant.
Yo,
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
you good?
Yeah. I just woke up again.
No, you're not.
Huh?
No, you're not.
I mean, there's a lot
What's wrong?
happening. I'm a little overwhelmed, a little tired, but besides that,
What's your question?
Do you or someone you know have an extra class 1 that I could buy off of you? Something like high powered?
Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Appreciate you.
All right. How much?
I don't know. I just need one, like something that's better than. I just need a class 1. I just need a pistol. I just need a high powered class 1.
High powered class 1. All right, give me 5.
Appreciate you.
All right.
She knows. When I am actually just really tired, and I can. I hope that my voice doesn't like throw people off. Like, oh fuck, what's wrong with Bryce? But also, that was a lot of information in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, so I don't think Aurora out of jail, but she's going to jail probably for 7 months.
That's fucking for what? Obstruction of justice or something?
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. I hope
But
she
if
takes that
Aurora
shit
has
to
a
court.
record, I have a record now. I'm gonna have to kill Bloom.
All right, bro. Whatever you need to do. Baseball bat style. Sheesh.
I don't know if I'm that passionate about my assistant. To be honest, it's kind of funny.
It's a very Aurora thing to go to crime for, or to go to jail for.
Yeah, our other friend Charlotte just went to jail too, and all they were doing was just trying to see me in the hospital.
I'm sorry, dude. Where to? Where do you need to go?
I don't know. Wherever it is.
How's Shelly doing? She got shot too?
She's in the ICU, Bri.
I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That's
Her
super
Jeff
hard.
isn't breathing, man.
It's fuck, dude.
It's not good, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm not in a good place.
Well, the best thing you can do is just think positive thoughts. You know, visitor. You know, they say that unconscious people can still listen to. You know, they can still hear what you're saying and stuff subconsciously and shit.
He needs rest.
Yeah, she does need a rest, dude. You gonna stay over there for the night, or are you you chilling over just at your new place, new pad?
Kind of got body blocked by Shelly, so Shelly got the worst of it. She's kind of trying to use their bodies for cover, but it didn't work forever.
Sorry to hear that, dude.
Can't answer that.
Hey.
Hey, I got you a deagle. I need 15 minutes and 5K though.
That's fine. Want me to send it to you?
Okay. Yeah, I would pay, but I can't really.
That's fine. I'll throw in an extra grand since you're doing this for me.
Oh, look at you. Thank you.
Text me your state ID.
It's 34068.
Okay, wait,
I'll
hold
just
on.
text you it. I'll just text you it.
34068.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Send it to you right now.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Give me 15 minutes and then I'll have it for you.
Yeah. Appreciate you.
All right. Yep.
Give me a sec, Scruff. Deagle, dude. Kevin Ram gave me 25K to beat up Hal. It was great.
I twatted out. He got. I said it must be here for a real reason because he got shot like how I got shot, but I'm still breathing. And Kevin Ram texted me nice.
Nice.
Dude's probably a huge 50 Cent fan.
You know, he bought a heli. Like from the
Like bought one.
Yeah, the like $2 million one.
Between you and me.
Yeah.
Dude's a prick for that.
Well, you know, were you the one that told me about this, or did someone else tell me?
Well, what's
I think
this?
Snow told me. He bought one, but when he tried to pull it out, it said it was in Garage A, and Garage A doesn't exist. So the man spent a couple mil on his own heli, and he can't even use it.
Or asset fees on it?
I don't know. That's a question for him. I mean, it's like 2 mil or something. I mean, we can go see how much it is, but it's fucking expensive. I have to go grab something from Barbara in a few.
Okay.
You sure don't need anything, brother? Or?
I mean, what would I need? I'm kind of thrown off, man.
Yeah, I mean, you probably just need some good company and distraction.
Took me back to the Clown Wars. It was an ambush.
Clown Wars. Speaking of Clown Wars, I've seen 3 women in the last couple of days that have had antlers. And
I know.
Every time I see them, I'm like, damn,
I've heard of them.
They're scruffy.
I've heard of them, and believe me, bro, I'm interested. You know, antlers. Something special about antlers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
$3 from bar, but gun.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
It's not a gun. You have like a MP5.
Yeah, in a class 1.
What gun is it then?
Deagle.
Real?
Real.
Why do you need a deagle, bro? Flex.
Go flex. Let's see how much.
I like Uwu food.
Yeah, $2,500,000. And he can't pull it out anywhere. Rajay doesn't exist, right?
I don't know where that'd be.
Well, yeah, it literally doesn't exist. Poor guy, though. That's alright. Dude's got more money than probably everyone in the city combined. You know what I mean?
Who, Kevin?
Yeah.
What does he do for all his money?
He's got like 6 jobs. PDM, fast loans, AirX, Dodo, fishing, Heli Tours. He does a bunch, dude. But I mean, like, he's got high-paying jobs, and he grinds a lot. So he's just always got some stuff coming in.
Motherfucker must be on 6 Adderalls a day.
A day, at
3
least,
espressos.
dude. At least.
Fucking
He's mixing his 5-hour energy in with his espresso.
That is disgusting. Bro, I can't believe the HOA.
So, like, what do you want to talk about it? Like, what happened, or do you just want to like be like, "Fuck the HOA," and I'll be like, "Yeah."
Well, I mean, what is there to say? They shot us all. Like, what happened is, like, they're like, if Jeff is dead, would he still be the Burger King? And they're like, well, no. And then they were like, good enough for me. And then it pretty much started. Sorry, I mean, we could talk about that and try to unpack it. I'm not
So
gonna
he's
get
not
kinda here.
he's not breathing
Really
right now.
not. I'm not even trying to be edgy. It's more of like a, more just like, what is there to say, you know? Shelly, Jeff, and I all went down. We were the targets. And I was behind them. I shot as many as I could, but I got.
Need that class 2 license, dude. Could have mowed him down like Scarface.
I think I'm gonna go back to my old lifestyle.
Whatever you want to do, dude. Just be the scruffy doodle that makes you scruffy happy, you know, bro.
Oh, he's gonna be happy.
How's it going, Ailkin?
I don't think it's exactly like how you live that makes you happy. It's more like, you know, how you treat yourself.
I think it's both.
I guess. And obviously, I'm not gonna go become a hooker. That,
Should go pick up Aurora from prison after this. Probably done.
Just thinking the same. She's probably gonna expect some money. I'd hate to be her boss.
You are.
I'd hate to be the boss of peace.
Chat is looking cute. I agree, Lucifer.
Call her, see if she's still. She's gonna be so mad she was in prison.
I mean, do we even like have confirmation that she went to, let's just check a newsstand real quick before we drive all the way up there.
Yeah. Hit this guy, you're not about that life.
I'm not. I don't know that, dude. Poor guy. Just fucking biking, trying to live his life.
Better, whatever, forget about it.
You want me to run some people over, Scruff? Would that make you feel better?
Oh yeah, cool, man. Yeah, cool.
You know what I
Okay,
mean?
okay, smartass. Okay,
Why would you?
great.
Why would you get out right there?
Why would you hit me? Why would you do that? I'll ask the questions.
I don't think I've seen that clip yet.
She's in fail price.
She's what?
She's in jail.
12 months. All right, let's go get her. Let's go get her.
She has a worse record than me, dude.
Damn. Aurora's kind of a badass, Scruff.
I pray she didn't plead guilty.
Dude, she's gonna come out with a fucking teardrop tattoo, I'm telling you.
Valentina has one of those.
You think Aurora's gonna be all hard now?
No.
I've been to prison. I know what
No,
it's
I
about.
think she'll be mad for some reason at one of us for her getting arrested.
I'll probably
Like,
get
Bryce,
blamed.
If you would have taken sooner, or like in Scruffy, if you didn't get shot, something like that. Personally, I think it's because her nose looks like that, so narrow.
Wide,
so,
narrow. I forget which one we said.
She looks like a nutcracker.
Pretty sure that was her nickname in college.
That's very humble. Very nice of you to assume.
Yeah, of course. She deserves it.
She went to college.
Yeah.
Hit this guy.
It's a cop.
Bro, you literally have fucking changed. And we could talk about it
I've
later.
never run over a cop in front
You
of
used to randomly just hit people all the time. You'd say murder time.
It's Rocky here.
Good though.
Murder time.
Budgets for musicians that we are ready to spend, so we get people more concerts. If you guys have a list.
It says she has 63 months remaining.
Why does it say she has 60?
And she was.
She like
Why
killed
does it
someone.
was performing. One of the first performances she ever did in the city was.
Bro, what happened? What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, while she was in here.
Maybe he sent her up for 69 months because she no ballsed him.
Hit it big. He did a performance in here.
Should I call him now?
I think he came in on a B&E and he's like, "Hey, I do music sometimes, and I just got signed for MDM."
Yeah, dude, she's in for 60.
Yeah. I mean, more concerts for sure. Those are events that require planning.
Bro.
You gonna call Bloom?
What do I say?
Just ask how long she got sent up because the papers say 12, but her time
so the
says she's got
paperwork says
62.
12, but I come up here and the clerk's saying 62. What'd she do? Oh, damn. I thought you put her up for 60. That was so fucking...
Hello?
Hey, can you come pick me up from Lower Pillbox, please?
Yeah. I don't have those things yet. Just letting you know.
That's... I don't think I'll be needing them anymore.
How come?
I called Barry and I asked what I can do. And he said, get the fuck out of Pez's life. And, which ultimately means just get out of everyone's life, including Colin's. And everyone's safe.
I'll come pick you up and we'll talk, okay?
Okay.
Scruffy needs Bryce. Aurora needs Bryce. Rip 6K. I gotta take care of some stuff after we take Aurora back.
Alright, so Bloom says she's only in there for 12. You shouldn't be in there for that long.
Okay.
Well, that's also what that says, so I don't know.
Bryce needs Abner.
I mean, should we go pick up what we gotta go pick up and then come back, or what do you want to do?
No, I think that's gonna take a minute. Cleo needs a pickup from Pillbox and she wants to talk.
Oh, 07, Bobo.
Huh?
07. Is it 07, Bucko? Well, salute, actually.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
Bryce needs a vacation.
Never thought of that, but it's almost like a.
Don't worry.
DOC becomes such a stepping
We'll be taking one soon. Hmm. Hmm. Barbara.
Is Barbara in jail too?
Right.
Oh, I meant Aurora.
Is that Bryce yelling? Bryce?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your prison talk. Continue.
Oh, what are you just yelling Barbara? Is Barbara in jail?
No, Aurora
No, my
is.
assistant is. He said Barbara by mistake.
Ah, gotcha.
Hey, what's up, you fucking criminal?
Bryce, you motherfucker, why did it take you so long to get
Anyways. Well, okay.
Of course she blames me. Of course she fucking blames. Oh god. You're welcome for picking you up from prison. We don't have time for this.
Like if I didn't.
So you
fall
do
in love
have
with it, I'd
60
Probably,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
have such an aversion to.
It's not my fault. How dare you fucking
I
blame
would
me?
consider doing it just to help out.
I was getting the car fixed. Jesus. Yo.
Yo, I'm waiting for my guy to reach back out to me. He's taking a little bit longer than I.
Okay, did you already
so-
pay him?
No, not yet. Why?
Never mind. You know, just take your time. Just let me know. I appreciate you doing this again. Thank you.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot. There's just a lot going on right now, but
there
I'm
like-
fine.
Should I worry? Is there like a?
No. Nothing bad regarding me. Just bad stuff regarding other people.
Oh, this is for someone else. It's not for you.
That is, but I mean, just like other stuff, like overwhelming wise, it's like Scruffy got shot, and some burger shop people got shot, and they're ICU'd, and just other people are in crazy fucking danger and need shit, and none of my people are awake at this time. So I was like, Barbara probably knows someone around this time, and so you do. So yay.
Okay.
But yeah, no, everything will be fine.
All right, that's fine.
Also, Aurora's in jail.
Why?
Cause there was a dog that was, Bloom was trying to arrest the dog, this cop, and she was trying to get the cop to stop.
And so she went to
Obstruction
jail
of
for
justice.
trying to. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's a charge. What?
Yeah, she's up here right now if you want to come visit. But I gotta go. But just call me when you got it, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
I feel like if I don't
Scruff, I gotta take care of something.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like if I'm not sure, I'm gonna get left, so I gotta go. I can come back. But I gotta go get Bryce, drop me off to a car. I'm gonna be stuck here.
It's fine. I think I might just go to bed.
You sure?
Yeah, Bryce, I'm sure.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, 'cause we're on bride time.
Don't blame me on that. Don't blame
Next
me
time
on
we need
that.
someone to pick us up, you let me call an employee or something.
Oh my god. I literally said my car's fucked. I can't come pick you guys up. She said, get your car fixed. We'll wait.
To me or to her?
To her. Rocky, I want to talk to you, but I can't talk to you right now, okay?
I wasn't okay.
But I'll call you soon, okay? Why is she in for 63 months?
Sure, she'll tell you when she calls.
Also, you totally fucking called that. That she
Yeah,
would blame me.
I can read people pretty well.
Dude, it's not my fault that Hayes didn't have anybody in autos. I had to wait. Kind of funny, honestly. All right, where's your car, bro? Or where do you need to be dropped
Not
off?
funny, man. It's bullshit. I don't know where it is. Burger shot.
I bet. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm on my way. I'm gonna pick you up. I had to come from all the way up north. Give me like 2 minutes. Sorry. I'll hit you. Are you staying awake for a while?
Yeah, probably.
I'll hit you up after I'm done with this talk.
Right. Are you actually getting Desert Eagle or is that a meme?
No, it's not a meme.
You get caught then.
Huh?
You can deal with that.
I mean,
You
it's
can deal with that if you get caught.
I'll be good, bro. I'll be good.
Thug, man.
Huh?
What a thug.
All right, dude. I'll call you in a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, bye, dude.
All right. Okay. Page at last. Thank you for the 2 months. She said lower. Hello.
What did you want to talk about?
Look, you're already overwhelmed.
No, we're talking about it.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna give you this stuff anyways. I'm still waiting for the person to actually reach out. But if you do want, there's a Desert Eagle and a fake ID with your name on it if you want.
Where? You have it?
No, I mean the ID's at my house, and then the gun is. I'm waiting for the person to fucking, hit me back up. But I mean, they said yeah, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to you regardless, just in case you don't need it now. You know, you probably are gonna need it later. And you seem like you had a bad day, bad couple of past days. So there's something in the glove box.
Is it the carrot or the sunflower?
Both. I feel like you haven't been eating your vegetables. Is this the same bat that I got you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Suits you more.
That's it?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we talk about my stuff, why don't we, do you want to talk about what just happened? Your thought process?
I don't deserve many good things in my life,
I disagree.
but for some reason I make someone really happy.
I think you make a lot of people happy.
I don't understand why the club doesn't understand that.
Because they're a cult. Because they're psychopaths. Because they want only each other and no one else.
Colin shot Dundee. Someone in that club shot Colin.
I assume that's what happened when I heard that Dundee was also in the ICU. But, Jesus Christ. That's fucking heavy. What does that mean for Colin then? I wonder.
Well, I made Dundee fucking snitched. The cops.
He snitched to the cops?
Yeah, he was, you know, that's a no-go. And so there was a punishment there. Whether it was the right path, you know, right thing to do or not, he did it anyway, and someone decided to shoot Colin. But if Colin doesn't make it out of that ICU, I will kill Dundee.
You will. You will make it out. You've read his ICU emergency contact list.
For some reason, someone overheard that and twisted it as if Dundee makes it out, Leo's gonna kill him.
Ah, classic game of telephone.
And
now the club wants to kill you?
I mean, not even that, just that. I'm like just taken. You know, I need to just get out of Pez's life, and
So what's making you say that? Where the fuck am I going?
Harry is.
Okay.
Harry, I have to, like, it's the only option, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna bide my time until Colin wakes up.
And then what's Colin gonna do?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't fucking know.
I'm not trying to overwhelm you with the stuff. I'm just.
I don't know, but like, I don't want to lose either of them. I don't. I really don't. Like, if I had done something wrong, then it'd be warranted for, you know, I would be a little bit more understanding and I handle things a little bit more differently. But I did nothing. I did nothing. This was stemmed from a fucking lie. And then in the ICU, everyone was comforting Nancy whilst everyone blamed me for what happened.
Not your fault. Regardless
I've
of what
never
people wanna
felt
fucking
like
think.
more of an outsider in my dad's fucking life.
People like to blame other people when they can't accept the truth, though.
A grown fucking men part of
Yes,
a
but
sadistic
they're.
cult.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. They're grown men, but they're in a cult and they're fucking brainwashed almost. I'm sure they're one day they're comforting Nancy, and the next day they're gonna be fucking going after Nancy.
They wouldn't do that. Because Nancy has an army behind her.
I mean,
Say an army, but she's got Dean, she's got Lang, they'd be massively fucking up. Not that that's potentially gonna stop them, but still.
I don't think anything would stop them. Just bouncing around over here, Bryce.
Like, I'm genuinely happy when I'm with Pez. You know, like, I'm like, I am happy. I laugh. We do dumb shit. And it's fun.
I'm just gonna sit like this. I'm comfy.
Holy shit. Is this just so unwarranted for?
I mean, it's
And I'm exhausted. I know I've said that so many times before, but I'm really, really tired. Like, I'm just,
I
the
don't blame
emotional
you.
aspect of it is just, it's too much at this rate, and I don't want to do it anymore. I really don't want to do it anymore. I've done this before, and this is so much more possible.
I don't blame you
And
for
I'm
being
really,
done and exhausted.
I'm really tempted to just sponge my record and just go back to the PD.
And what would that do? Like, what's your thought process on that?
It'd give me sometimes just, it'd give me a reason to get out of bed, because right now I don't have many reasons. I spoke to Bundy about it. Like, I would, if, like, I genuinely would, because, I mean, what other option is there for me? If I don't have my family, if I don't have people that I care about around me, and I know I have you, but it's not the same.
I think that PD would take you back, but the question is, could you handle the people? Because you know that people are gonna say fucking shit. Not just cops, criminals.
Shit, but I've been through hell and back. I've been through hell and back, and those words from people that don't matter, especially those that are people I've barely spoken to, that shit is child's play. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Like, I say that, yeah, I'm gonna have bad days, but honestly, with everything that I've been through and you've been through and we've been through together, I think I can handle a couple harsh words. It's not about, I'm not gonna fight my corner with that shit anymore, because it doesn't matter.
Well, I'll support you in whatever you decide to do. I'm sorry that I had such a hard time in the city. Definitely not deserved.
I'm gonna be real, if I lose Colin, and you know his name, right?
Cody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a... Yeah, I know.
Really is there for me. And I know I've always relied on people, but this is a little bit different.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And I would like for me to say everything with no interruption. And I want you to know that by me asking this, it's me trying to understand and asking an honest question and not ridiculing the dude. Okay.
I'm listening.
So I don't fully understand the entire Cody Pez Highwayman Moon Knight thing that's going on. I don't think I ever will. Every time I hear new stuff, I'm just even more and more confused. But you know, that's okay. I don't need to fully understand it, but I mean it does make me question some things. And I don't know this man as you know him. Wait a second. That's the gun person. I'm just hanging up. Silencing my phone. I don't know him like you know him. Right? Yeah. You've probably seen a side of him that other people's don't. And I hope that that's a genuine side. And when I say that, I say it because there was such a big jump from I'm the highwayman and I want to, you know, I'm clearly trying to use you to do my evil bidding kind of deal. And, you know, you have 3 days to make this decision. Good luck. Mwahaha, you know. To, you know, Cleo Shaw, I love you. It was a very, very big jump. And I'm fully aware of how EBMC was kind of on the rocks recently. There's been some struggle. There's been a lot of issues. There's been a lot of complaints. And how, especially with Colin, it was very, Colin and you was very hush-hush, you know. Not like a super secret, like people knew, but like your name wasn't brought up. You guys would hang out away from there. He'd make time for you and stuff like that. But with Cody, it's very flaunty. It's not a secret. It's very, dare I say, reckless. And maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he doesn't care, and I'm looking into it. But I feel like the way that he's gone about you and his relationship, or whatever you want to call it, has been essentially painting a target on the both of your backs. And Colin's too, if I'm being honest. And well, I mean, yes, Colin's too. And when I was talking with him, he kept telling me it was like as if he was telling me things that I wanted to hear. He was talking with me, and I said, I need you to tell me, is Cleo's life in danger after this? And this isn't word for word because a lot's happened since then, and I mixed up a lot of the words. But essentially, he said yes. And I said, how could you possibly promise that with everything going on? How can you look me in the eyes right now and tell me that? And he goes, okay, well, no, but I will try my best. That I believe, but it was stuff like that that had me thinking that if he's already doing that to me, and I'm assuming that, you know, he's probably making a bunch of promises to you. And considering that the club has had all of these issues and everything, I'm afraid, or worried, I should say, that he would be using you and parading you around in the way that he has been in an effort to in a way that the club is aware, the club is angry, and the club reacts the way that they have. And I really hope I'm wrong. And I'm sorry to assume the worst, but from an outside perspective, for a man to go straight from I'm using you for my own selfish ways and, you know, pulling the puppet strings to, hey, you know, I'd leave the club for you. I don't get it. Maybe he's, maybe he's changing, but I mean, I'm afraid that he's
changed. And that's why he's got a target on his back.
I'm afraid of the opposite.
No, he's changed. Only an hour ago he said he's going to... He might be taking off that jacket. And he really he's been trying to find the balance between the two. He's been really trying to make things okay. He has gone above and beyond. There is nothing I can be done anymore. And he's gonna be losing his club. If they do something to me, he said he would get in the way. If he does, then it's ultimately him removing his jacket, therefore leaving the club.
So you think he's being genuine?
Him. Yeah, he's 100% genuine. Without a doubt, genuine.
Then I will take your word on it and stop worrying.
I really do make him happy.
I believe it.
And I've shown him other routes in life, and you know, a lot of those routes in life I've learned from you. So thank you for that. At the same time, the club needs him.
And also at the same time, it's not like he could exactly walk away from the club.
He can.
You think that he can walk away from BBMC without any consequences?
It's my story to tell. I'm sorry. But those consequences, we've spoken about it. And he's willing to take those consequences for me.
Does Pez like you?
What do you mean?
Does Pez like you? Not Cody, Pez.
This is dead.
Pez is dead?
Pez has been gone for a very long time.
Because when we were talking, he kept referring to, he told me, we have a lot to say to you. And when I asked him who he was, he meant me and Pez. So that's confusing.
I don't know. This is a conversation for you and him, and I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah,
he'd
and
be happy to talk to you about it, but it really isn't my place to talk about it.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
I'll talk with him about it. But the reason I asked was, what happens when one morning you wake up and it's Pez and not Cody? I'm sure these are things that you've thought of before. I'm just asking for my own personal knowledge.
Colin's gonna be angry. But I'm trying to buy my time.
That's not what I'm asking.
No, but I'm just...
You're afraid of what that would be like?
really don't want to lose it. Really don't want to. And I feel like that might be happening.
Well, I mean, I hope for the best for you, but I mean, I don't know. I keep playing all these scenarios in my head.
There isn't a good outcome.
That's exactly what I was just about to say.
There really isn't.
No, it's a...
They're so afraid of me fucking over the club, but I've had several opportunities to do that, even today with Bundy. I could have done that, and I didn't.
They don't care though. They got tunnel vision. They're fucking hive mind, and they'll blame you for everything because it's easier for them moaning up to their own as shit, you know.
I think that the only real option is Bundy comes to his fucking senses.
And I don't think that's going to be a thing. Considering it's Dundee. It's literally a lose-lose situation regardless.
All I wanted was just a family.
Colin's going to be okay. He's stable. He's going to pull through. He's going to get out there. We're going to talk with him. We're going to figure something out.
There is nothing to figure out.
We'll figure something out.
There isn't anything to figure out. It's done. It's done. There's no changing anyone's mind. And like I said, Cody's gone above and beyond to try his best. He's gotten proof, he's gotten evidence, and it...
Yeah, I mean, if...
changed anything. He did exactly what I kind of wish Colin would have done. But I'm glad Colin didn't do that. Ultimately, everything, and it's gonna sound awful, ultimately everything that Colin has worked for to keep me safe is just... it's just gone down the drain.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad at Pez Cody Moon Knight for that.
But it also doesn't mean that, you know, it's no one's decision as to who makes them happy and all that stuff. This is defeat, and I'm not being negative on purpose because it's what I do, but this is defeat and there is no good outcome. It just isn't, and I've accepted that, and so I'm not going to be looking at any hope or any faith, because it hurts.
Well, you do that, but I'm gonna figure something out. I don't know what. I'm gonna figure something out. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that has that thought process right now. And as psycho as Dundee is, I'm sure he doesn't want to see his club fall apart.
That club needs Cody. Even though they don't see it, they need him.
Well, Cody needs to figure stuff out too, then.
He's done everything he can do.
I want to get you this stuff before it's too late, yeah?
You have food?
I can get you some.
I like that.
Alright. I'm gonna make a phone call, okay?
Yep. Hello?
Hey, did you get it?
Yep.
Cool. Can you do me a favor? And can you just drop it on my back porch and I'll come grab it? Or where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm at the apartments. I would just be nervous. I can, but you know, I just don't want it to go poof. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I know.
Trying to think.
You have a car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got a rental.
Why don't you just throw it
I
in a
could
dumpster? Just throw it in a dumpster around the apartments and then just ping me.
Okay, I can do that.
1345.
Send me it on text real quick.
Okay.
Alright, bye.
Appreciate you. Whoever is a homie. I'd ask if you want to go to Burger Shop, but I hear you're not allowed there. What'd you do?
I shot someone in there.
What were they
Called me a
doing?
whore.
Probably they deserved it.
I'm sure we can still go in.
Alright. I'll grab you some stuff then, yeah? God, Aurora, you got fucking arrested on your own. It's funny too because right before we went to prison, Scruffy's like, I guarantee you that Aurora's gonna bug you or blame you. Hello? Hello? Hey.
Hey, what can we do for you?
How's it going, dude? Can I get a veggie shot combo?
I guess. How's your day been going?
It's going.
Thought you'd be with Scruffy and them.
I was with him for a little bit. And I had to take care of some stuff.
Gotcha. Man, my brain hurts.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
I appreciate you,
Just
dude.
get my hands. Oh my god. This is painful. Any day now. All right. There is your combo.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You have a good one, my dude, okay? Hope you feel better.
James Randall's twatting out.
Jesus. Stay safe. Little box. Alright, let me get you this. And then I have something for you at the house. And I can take you wherever you need to go.
Can I stay with you?
You need to.
I want to. You don't have to hang out if you don't want to, though. Or you want to go do other things.
You should know by now that I always do what I want to do.
I know, but I also know that you're always there for people when they need you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't want to be there.
I'm not needed anywhere else.
I want you to be here. I want you to want that, not because you feel obliged.
I'm not saying that I do. I don't.
Okay.
So the ID is a dude's, but I know you're really good at accents, so Easy. What's your person's name is fuck, what's the dude's name? Marvin or Martin? It's Martin. What's your best Martin voice?
Oi, mate, my name is Martin.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Martin's Linguini's piece of shit cousin that tried to have him sign over all of his stuff to him before he died, but he's not dying. So, but he's not an issue anymore.
Is he dead?
Nope. I could have twice now, but I decided not to. He does have memory loss, though.
What the fuck is that shit?
I don't know. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Who made the poop, L? Who made?
Took a shit.
I think they just. I don't know. I don't know who did that.
You like my hair like this?
Yeah, I think it looks nice. You asked me that the other day too.
Oh.
All right. I don't want it to drop through the floor, so why don't we go outside? All right. Care package. Done. Ammo. A phone if you need it. Fake ID. And a Game Boy if you get bored being on the run. Hmm. You ever used a Deagle before?
No. Used the Browning the other day.
To my understanding, a Deagle is slow firing but very powerful to where you can down someone in like 1-2 hits.
Hell yeah, good thing I'm a shooter.
Yeah, good thing, huh?
I've missed you, by the way.
Yeah, it's been weird not hanging out.
Yeah.
But, I've been keeping busy with Arax stuff and hanging out with people and stuff. And you've clearly been keeping busy, so. That was supposed to be a joke, but not a very funny one.
That's okay. I didn't take any offense. I wish things had gone differently.
Yeah, but the city is the city.
Let's be real, it's mostly my fault.
It's not like I was the most perfect person either.
Maybe we just had ideas for each other.
Maybe. Why is Barbara texting James Randall? Or tweeting at him.
Wearing all black.
Don't even. Don't.
What do you mean?
They're just clothes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I hate when I change clothes. And then everyone's like, oh, Bryce is wearing black clothing to symbolize how he's been feeling lately. But the white sneakers symbolize that he's still standing on just a glimmer of hope.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. I was just gonna say it suits you.
Oh. Well, thank you. I like it.
I can understand how frustrating that can be.
Yeah, I bet. Oh God, Barbara's texting, tweeting James Randall saying die. She's gonna get stabbed.
What's on your mind?
Same old, you know. Same soup, just reheated. Trying to figure out a way for everything to be okay, but I haven't figured it out yet. I'm out here like, fucking Doctor Strange in Infinity War, dude. There's one good outcome somewhere out there. I just haven't figured it out yet. By the way, new Doctor Strange, wasn't it? Fucking bad.
Oh.
But I don't know. It's like I'm trying to think of a way that everything is okay, and at least some people end out winning, you know, quote unquote. I can't. Nothing comes to mind, and
it's also difficult for you to understand. I mean, I'm sure you could understand, but there's a lot of stuff that you don't know, a lot of factors that you haven't seen.
no, you're right, and I don't, and I'm not, you know, as much as I'm concerned about you, this stuff doesn't really concern me. Besides me being concerned about you and Colin and Nancy, you know, it's not like this is my business, my shit. So it's like I'll help as much as I can. I just don't know how.
I wish I had the answers.
Yeah, me too.
Like I said, I don't think there's any outcome that is not detrimental.
I unfortunately agree with you. You wanna go get you a disguise as Martin? And then call it a night? 'Cause I'm gonna dip out of here afterwards.
What? No, that's okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
You even want it?
Sure, I can hold on to it.
You don't need to hold on to it. I mean, I'm sure it'd be easy for you to get someone else's ID and pretend to be someone else if you needed to go in hiding. You know, someone that's not a dude. Even though 10 out of 10 Martin accent.
I hear the name Martin, I just think of Martin Freeman.
Which is good or bad or...
That's good, he's a brilliant actor.
No, I know. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were. And hold on to it, yeah? I'll hold on to this.
This is a fucking huge gun.
I know. It really is. You should find somewhere to fire it and test it, so you know you can.
I can do it here.
Uh.
At a local.
Let's drive up a little north and try it out.
So you wanna hear something kind of funny?
Mm-hmm.
Has got well, Cody got penis surgery today.
What?
Penis reconstructive surgery. Jonah came through with a 16-inch penis. And I was
16.
like,
Wait, did you say 16?
yeah, and I
Why
was
would
like,
it-
what the fuck? No, don't do that. And then I was like, I'll at least bring it down to an 8. Which is still a bit too big.
Why would anyone want that?
A 16-inch dick or an 8-inch dick?
16.
Paz wasn't aware of how large it was.
Where the fuck did they get the transplant from?
I don't know, a corpse probably.
The who? Like the Incredible Hulk? What the fuck?
Probably. I don't know, I just thought it would be funny. 16-inch dick.
Yeah. That's probably longer than his legs.
You just call him short?
I don't really remember his height. I will say though, I truly do hope that he's genuine.
Yes.
Okay. I hope you are right.
He's risking his life, his position in the club, for me.
I was, someone asked me what the first thing I texted him the other day was. And so I was going through the first thing that, I texted everyone to a bunch of people. Yours and I conversation was pretty funny. And about 3 days into us talking, I got the first Bryce help in all caps text.
Oh boy.
Followed by, I got kidnapped again. My response was, "You need to chill."
That was such a big response. That was such a. I remember that. I was like, oh, okay, wow, cunt.
Little did I know. All right. I'll fire it and then dip out of here. Or?
Sure. Where am I firing it to? There's no like.
Well, we got all these trees in front of us.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck! Holy shit! All
Thoughts?
right. Oh, it's yes.
I could be wrong. I don't know if this is true or not. It might have be different now from the gun makers, but I'm pretty sure that if you get a headshot on that, don't worry about it. If you get a headshot on that, that's like that's that. You're done. So you could just one tap some people, you know. Same for the heads. It wasn't expensive. It was $5,000. Do not want to pay me back.
You sure?
I don't care. You know I don't care about money.
Thank you.
Besides, I got 25K today for punching Hal.
I want 25K for punching Hal.
Do it in front of Kevin Ram. Whoa. For my next trick. I was talking with Hal, and then all of a sudden he said, I just got a text from Kevin, who was watching in the shadows, and he was like, if you knock Hal out right now, I'll give you 25K. I was like, bet. So I knocked Hal out.
Proud of you. So, Bundy has a little friend now.
Oh yeah? What's their name?
Dr. Lennon.
Dr. Lennon. Which one's Dr. Lennon?
A really, really nice one with ginger hair and a braid.
Oh, okay. I know Dr. Lennon.
Yeah, the super sweet one.
Cops and doctors have, you know, been getting hitched since the dawn of time. And cop and cops.
Romantic.
Yeah, you know. That's good. Good for Bundy. Dude, you freaked me out because I swear you said Dundee at first, and I was just trying to comprehend.
I do slow my words.
I was trying to. I know you're tired. I was trying to comprehend you being like, yeah, I ran out of options, so I'm under Dundee's wing now. It's just like, oh, okay.
He's a sweetheart.
He's one of the good ones.
I'm gonna crash at his place for a couple of days.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, you got my number.
Same goes for you.
I know. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta take care of some stuff. Do you need to be dropped off anywhere? Or?
You will want to talk to Pez.
Not tonight, but yes, I will talk with Pez. Do you think this is something that I should do tonight?
I don't know what the next few days are.
I mean, honestly, the talk with Pez isn't really even a thing that needs to be done. I mean, it's just me trying to understand things more. The whole Cody Pez, Moon Knight, Hannah Miley thing. But, and just kind of more of an understanding of his thought process and, large shift. A lot of the same stuff I talked to you about. Not as... No, I mean, just a lot of the stuff that I talked to you about.
Yeah, maybe if all of this blows over, you, me, Colin, Nancy, Bundy, Lennon, Pez, you know, maybe someone else that you don't want to bring along, we could all go out for dinner and maybe do an arcade game. Very much want you in my life.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I meant what I said before.
So did I. Did you need to crash here, or did you need to be dropped off somewhere, or what?
My car's impounded.
Nice.
Let's
get that out. Let's get that out, and then I'll, Dude, my BMX bike keeps getting impounded, and I freak out every single time. Let's get that out, and then I'll, gotta take care of some stuff. Oh, well, look at that. You want to hear something funny? Guess what Cody Pez, Moon Knight, Hannah Miley's name is in my phone?
What is it?
You want to guess?
What is it? Tell me.
Freeway Lad. He just texted me, actually.
I called him a freeway boy yesterday.
Freeway boy. That's funny. I made the joke first, though, like 2 or 3 days ago. If you see Cleo, can you look after her for me for a while?
Yeah, he texted me too. I don't need to take the piss out of him like that. Please.
You literally just laughed at it and said the same
No,
thing.
but the way that you were just sort of... I don't know, I wouldn't say mocking him, but... Like, that text that he sent is... He really does care, and he's... Clearly, you know...
I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm not taking the piss out of him.
It's okay.
You know my thoughts.
Yeah.
Are there any impound workers in the yellow page?
Hey, are you available for me to get my car out and impound it? Oh, amazing. I'll come inside.
I'm just kidding. It's
Oh.
a parking violation.
What's up, dude?
What fucking assholes.
Looks like someone just, yeah, looks like a tow truck driver just found it somewhere and impounded it.
Alright, no worries.
All right, no problem, no problem. It's now out back for you.
Thank you, Tex.
Thanks, dude.
No problem. All right, y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too, Tex. Why don't you take this too?
Thank you. I'm gonna drive up to Bundy's. So hopefully he doesn't mind me actually parking there, but
Yeah. If you need anything, you still got keys. And your car floats now? Pretty cool.
oh,
And all of your upgrades and stuff fell off? Pretty cool. I'm pretty sure if you first of all, wow, I forgot the car looks like that. I'm pretty sure if you
oh
put it
God.
Hi, I'm
No.
Cleo Shaw. And you're probably wondering how I got here right now. Try and pull it out again on your phone. And if not, then put it away. Ooh,
Look at it.
quick fix.
Thank you, Bryce.
Stay safe, please. Call me if you need anything.
Yeah, I will.
New tech is crazy. Spawn -1. Listen. Part of me wants to have the conversation with Pez, Cody, Moon Knight, Miley, Anna. But we don't have enough time. And I need to end because I need to drive with McLovin somewhere to pick someone up. So hopefully the man's not dead by tomorrow. Hopefully the man's not dead by tomorrow. Fingers crossed. And if he is dead, wasn't meant to be. We said what we wanted to say to Cleo. She knows our thoughts and feelings. That is copium. First combo without shouting in a long time. Yeah. No, honestly. That was That sounds so fucking shitty. Stay alive until tomorrow because I want to talk to you. I do want to talk with you, but I can't tonight. Tomorrow I hope to see you. sorry.
Hey.
Hey. Sorry if I scared you. I didn't mean to.
A little bit.
Wasn't for me. It was for a care package kind of thing for someone that's kind of going on the run right now. But I appreciate you doing that, and I would do the same for you.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought you had more connections.
Not at these hours. All my connections are earlier in the day.
I thought you'd have more connections than that.
Everyone's just asleep, dude, that I would call.
I mean, you could just say you have no friends. It's okay.
No, everyone's just asleep.
Are you okay though?
Yeah, besides, you got some money out of it anyways, so.
Yeah.
I'm
I
fine.
mean, like, you promise?
Yeah,
Pinky
I'm
promise?
good. I told you, I was just tired and overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that was happening.
Hi.
With that whole thing and Scruffy and...
I have a mess. Can you give me a ride?
You need a ride?
I need to go to the car. Yeah, SNL's in the ICU. I've been trying to get there to see her. I've been on foot. I've been running.
Do you need a pickup?
No. My friend Prez just picked me up. If you want, you can meet me at the hospital.
Sure.
Could you just drop me off at the car rental place?
I will literally pick you up from there.
Okay, just pick me up from there, then it's fine.
Also, did you
Alright, just go
shit
to
on my
apartments.
doorstep? Is this your shit? I'm gonna take the... Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. She did? Barbara's fucking wild. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
I'm so sorry. By the
You
way,
took a shit on my at my doorstep.
I don't know what you're talking about. What?
Why? Is this from earlier?
No,
when
I
you were fucking
what?
mad?
No, I didn't. No,
Why
I
are
didn't.
you
What are
cracking
you
up
talking
then?
about?
Dude, stop violating my house, please.
Ethanol, my grandma is in the ICU. This is not the time.
Okay, just because your grandma's in the ICU doesn't mean that you can take shits on people's property and be like, oh, it's okay. She's going through a hard time. No.
No, I
your
didn't do
bowels.
that. No, what are you talking about? I didn't shut your door. Why would I do that? That's disgusting.
Because it's something you would absolutely 100% do.
No, me no. What?
Are you at the rental
Wow.
spot?
No, I'm at the apartments.
What the okay.
I said I was gonna go to the apartments instead.
Okay. No, you didn't.
I'm so disappointed that you actually think I would shit on your door.
Stay away from my house, Barbara.
What?
Stay away from my house. You have lost house privileges of like even being in the vicinity. You little shit. Come on.
Put me in the ICU. We don't have much time.
You went fucking flying.
No, I actually did not do that. I would never. I love your house. It's really pretty.
You know, well, you're
You
not
should have
welcome
seen
there
earlier,
anymore.
like the sun was gleaming off of the.
Stay away from my house, you fucking stalk.
Okay.
You've stolen my property and now you've shit on my doorstep. How do you expect me to react?
I did not shit on your doorstep. You're overreacting. Anybody could. Did you get a DNA tested? No, because you don't have the proof.
You've got the poop. I don't got the proof.
Exactly. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm good.
You don't sound okay.
I've explained that I'm overwhelmed and tired.
Well, you want to go do some really toxic shit like gamble?
No, stop it.
Makes
Hello.
me feel better.
There's a woman, an old woman in the
Hello there.
back of the ICU named Ethel or something.
Yes,
Grandma.
Could we go visit her real quick?
of course.
Appreciate you. Don't say anything about stealing his Lucky Charms. That would be so offensive.
Ethel slept with Jeffy.
What?
Yeah.
Ethel slept with Jeffy?
I forgot to tell you that. Yeah.
Ethel's like 90. What?
I made a twat. Saying retweet if you slept with Jeffy, and not only did Ursula retweet it, but
I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to fucking know that.
that's probably what put her in the ICU.
Dude, I better... Gross. That's what put her in the ICU? Oh, God. She's just right here.
Oh no, 371. Directly ahead.
Okay. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Of course.
What the fuck?
Grandma.
Hey, Ethel. I heard you and Jeffy got down and dirty and it put you in the ICU.
Guys.
Am I wrong? Hold on, there's a chicken here.
What are you doing?
Taking a fucking selfie with the chicken. Hey, Ethel.
My
How's it
grandma.
going, Ethel? She's not my grandma.
Have some respect. Guys.
What's her heart monitor saying?
Why did you poke her?
Let's see what the heart monitor is saying. Oh no.
Grandma.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
I actually can't take you anywhere.
Oh, it's like you can hear her laugh still. This is the song of healing. This is the song of healing, Ethel. You're gonna wake up just fine. Don't worry, Ethel. Ethel, you're gonna wake up. Don't worry. Come on, Ethel. Come on, Ethel.
Grandma, we go. Just be back now.
Chicken's getting down too. Come on, Ethel. We're gonna get Jeffy for putting you in here. It didn't work. All right. Yo, J Pons, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Am I gonna hit 4K? I might hit 4K. Chat. I got a dip. I'm gonna pause the timer right now. I have to go pick up a friend from the airport. I'm going to pause the timer at 13:59:48. We're going to go pick it right back up tomorrow bright and early, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I hope to see you guys all there for more roleplay, more variety, more laughs, more cries, and more pizza time. Hey, I just finished my first year of law school, and your streams were a huge help anytime I need to relieve stress. Thanks for doing what you do. Thank you, JMoneyBaby18, for doing what you do. And congrats on getting past your first year of law school. And with that, chat, I want to thank you for an overwhelming amount of support today. We were at 2 hours on the clock at one point, and you guys got it up to 24 hours. You fucking psychos. I can only imagine what tomorrow will bring. Surely tomorrow will be the last day. And with that, we play the outro song, and we go raid. Goodbye.
It looks like it's about that time. Thank you for the bits, subs, tips, and Twitch primes. We had a lot of laughs. Look at all the fun we had. Don't be sad. Forget about that. And even though we're about to end the stream, there's 6 words, 3 things I want to say before I leave. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We gotta play the outro song and then I will be leaving. This has been the LGX chat. I'm not trying to flex, but every single day you make my week. I'm saying it with my chest. Chat, you are